Why, hello. Get all this squared away here. All right, so had stuff come up yesterday, so there's no stream. But we're back in action here, and I did have some time to work on this in between the stuff that I got done. The connection stuff has been moved over. Connection in the map sense, right? So we now display this. Fantastic, right? I played around with this a little bit, but displaying it as anything other, or storing it as anything other than a string, makes it a form with a bunch of fields because it's a byte array. Same as this, right? Right. We might have to do something about this and figure something out, but there's a bug on the windshield, the window shade, and my swatter is out of range. Coming for you later. So we'll have to figure something out for this, right? These specifically, we want to make like a selector for skills that exist, but that's going to have to wait until we have a skill editor in, right? Because it needs to load them from a file, etc., etc., etc. I don't know what that thing is. Hang on 1 second. All right. I didn't want it flying around in here because it looked like it had wings. So this will need to be a selector, but that's going to have to wait. So that's fine for now, right? Probably also want to do something about this to where it doesn't have anything like that, right? If there's nothing in there. But, and that would function as just like, hey, you have to have the skill to see it, maybe, right? The other thing I did was we had an issue where, so if you click on a middle one, you get 4, obviously. And if you were to scroll to the bottom and then you clicked on, a room, it wouldn't scroll to the top. It'd be all wonky. Fix that up as well. So, except for that is not. Well, we'll see if this fixes this in a second. Having that cut off is not ideal. Why do you? That's annoying. Okay, that's fine though for now. The cogent folk replied in that it's silly, should have occurred to me, but it didn't. When we build let's get everything collapsed here real quick. When we build the form widget here, in here, this I believe is said. Double check. Yes, that is how they said to set that. Not that. This theoretically should fix our side by side, which we don't really want for our display, right? Okay, yes, good, fantastic. Will it fix our scrolly scrolls? This is scrolling, but it should not be. Why this? Because this. Form parent scrolls. Let's try that out. See if that is sufficient to stop that. That worked. That. We go back here. Okay, good. Let's also go back down here. Yes, good. We need to fix the buttons. We don't really want them. Let's double check. Like, why does it move them over if there's not enough room? Can we get this in a better place? If we do... If we go back to this... That's better. We're going to need... to break these up a little bit, right? Because now it's just kind of a mess. We're going to want... We're going to want some way... We're going to want a couple things, right? We're going to want... A, these need to be broken up a little bit. B, we need the ability to add or delete a connection, right? We're also going to want to have them in here, but also in here we'll need like a an add button or an add icon and delete icon for the transits that are on this, right? So what we could maybe think about doing to start with here is we add them here. We'll have to do, is there a... Let's get a little docs action going on here. It may be a widget. Ooh, we could think about maybe using a tree for connections. Might be a thing. This doesn't. Yeah, that isn't what we want for that. We need to find a something to break this up or make one, right? Either way. Not thinking. I want that. Okay. Um. Content. That's that one. Don't really want that, I don't think. Don't want that. I don't want that. Also don't want that. Tabs. No. No, no, no. Unless. No. We don't want to put them in tabs. We want them to be visible. The other thing we gotta think about is kind of like organizing them together, which we already do just by nature of how we built that list, right? But it's a 3D thing. Okay, so we don't have. It seems like that's a lot of work just to draw that. This will come in handy when we have those skill things squared away. I would like to use this to let people change the color of tiles, but that's later work, right? Content, yeah, that's that. Context menu. I don't want that. Don't want that. I could. This seems overblown for what I want. SVG? Should load SVG files by embedding them so they work across all platforms. I don't really want that. I guess Canvas might be our best bet for... Or... we could do something else. We could say that the edit bar form this is top and top left and bottom bottom right are set to the first value. So I don't understand why that would be. It could just be top and bottom, right? And then side to side. I don't know if the docs are incorrect or if the function is just weird. But let's just try. And this wants vowels. Let's set a top and bottom margin of 5. And then this is backwards. It should be no margin there, margin there, right? And then not seeing a lot of margin happening here. This maybe this is too small. Quite possible. 5 is pretty small, I guess. I guess I could also set this goes on to the edit bar here. And see if that gets us anything. Not particularly. Let's see here. Unless I'm just still too small. Let's make it absurd so that it is 100% visible whether or not we're doing this. Okay, so it is. I'm just silly. How about half of that? That's pretty good, actually. And then what we're going to do, I think, is we're also going to throw a take a quick look again. Kind of like direction to go as an level. Should be uneditable, right? Looks like it is, and it is. But if it's uneditable, is there actually a value in having it displayed here? Or should we take this out, take it out of the thing that builds it, and then up here, do a why is that? Oh, it's a function. This should actually be that header. New frame. Form parent. No, it should be a new text. Let's see here. How do we want to communicate this better? Payday 3A. Maybe this is the wrong answer. Maybe we leave this in the form just for the information, right? But or do we do something else entirely? Do we say all of this, because this can't be edited really, right? Not by this. You would have to like delete it or what if we leave them here, but we'll say don't display them for now. So we'll hide them, but then in our setting, when we build them here, this will be a frame because it's going to have stuff in it. And this is actually going to be this, this, right? Does it make sense to put this in its own container? Or let's start with this first. It'll be this. Or do we do we do this, and we say that this is origin destination. Yeah. Oh no, I put that. There we go. How do we like that? Is that more user friendly, perhaps? Oop, I missed. I don't need to call that anything because I'm not doing anything with it just yet. So now when we clicky clicks, right. Column. Oh, sorry, I totally got in the vibe there and missed your message there, Aman. Pretty good. How are you? Hopefully you're still around. If you've already left, well then I'm sorry. Hopefully you come back. Okay. That's not bad. We need to find a better answer to this. Like, we need to store this for sure, but we need a more user-friendly display. And it might just be coordinates, right? Maybe we stick with this and then we display them. If we did that, then this... Because the actual transit needs... Well, actually, we're going to call connect. That's going to take references to tiles. So we could make these references to tiles. But when we get them... Yes, we can make utiles. Oops. This still needs to be destination. This is going to be an ID. So this would need to be... This would need a... This needs to be a method. So that it can do... So that can be that, but this needs to be... a map dot get tile by ID, this ID. And then we need to come up here. Y'all are both tiles. And then this just needs to be these. We don't need to get them anymore. Which is nice. That tidies that up. And then down here, first connection, this needs to be oh, it's because you're broken here. No? That goes in there. Ah, it's because, dur. Oh, we have a game map here. No, we don't. Okay, that's fine. So this would need to be do we care about that? Good question. Where do we handle? We handle you. Actually, everywhere here. Connection handler. Edit bar dot set selected connection. Ba, 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 ba. This is used here, which is okay. Actually, we don't need this to be a method because this is ooh. Hey, Pluck, how you doing? Bug-free software, eh? Gonna write me a new minivan this afternoon. I like it. Good. I'm glad to hear it. Right. There's a lot of wisdom in the Dilbert comics. Depressing, scary, frightening, evil, awful wisdom, but wisdom nonetheless. We can't do that. This is actually going to get tricky when we do multiple maps from this side of the world too, the destination is going to have to be a little bit more. That's right. I moved you. To connection. How's the guitar been going there, Mr. Pluck? This would need to be... This will have to be a tile eventually. Do we want to rip that band-aid off now? When we do use it, we do this. It is, I think it's a move. It's a table, current location ID. Yeah. I think we can do this without too much misery because we put a reference to the tile's parent in it. So that we know what map do you live in. Is that a good idea? I don't know. We're going to find out. But we're going to leave you like this, which is going to be broken. That's fine. We're going to try this. I'm going to go to connection. You are now destination. No longer a UUID, but a tile. Except for already in-game app. This will return tile. Gonna break some stuff, but connect. This is just second tile. We already have that in here. That's fine. Here's it. Map. This. Dot parents dot tile table select the ID. Okay, what else is broke? Right to file is broke. Exit destination needs to be... Ooh, it's gonna break our files. That's fine. I think. I hope. Dot parents. Dot ID. Not parents. Dot tile table at ooh, does that shoot me in the foot? Because the map eat to the bottom here for some connections, which should be there. Origin destination No, I think we're good because the destination is just coordinates here. Which is going to be a problem later. But for now, later this is going to need an ID and same with origin. Or maybe origin doesn't because maybe that's a problem for future us. We don't support this notion yet, but for now I think this will helpfully get us better workability, I guess you could say, for the station.id here for the editor. Is what I was trying to say there. Where I got distracted. Future you problems are the best problems, right? How you doing today, Jess? How's C# land? Excellent. Hopefully Monday is not too Monday for everyone. Get that fixed up. Let's see here. What else do we have? App test, tile test. I think that's everything in this package. Let's run ya and see what happens. It'll take forever to compile. That's what's going to happen. I'm in the way, but it's right. Where am I? There I am. Right there. Did I remember to start? Ah, I must have it. There it went. Just did take forever. Okay. Hey, they all pass. Love that. Okay, so now that that is like so. The edit bar is now happy because we use its parent, which is probably more correct. So, now we've got that in there, and then when we display it, we can do direction origin dot location string. No? Right. Why can't I call a pointer method on this? Oops. That's not what I want. I want to go take a look at that real quick. Because you should, oh, you know what? It's because I don't return a pointer. Let's just return a pointer. Hey, hey. I think that's going to break a couple things, but that's fine. It's going to clean them up once we go find them and fix them. You go away because notification dots are evil. Map test, not, that's fine. We'll leave those, close those. Map widget. Think we're actually good there, here. This needs to be... You can just do that. And then... That's fine, just because... Actually, maybe we could just do... that. Delete tile should take a pointer there. It's fine. That's fine. It'll shorten things a little bit. That. Perfect. Okay. Now that we got that cleaned up. We were in... Selected connection. Location string, and then this. That. How do we like that? Okay. Pretty happy with that. I would like these to... Double check. Yes, I would like you to grow. Wait, no. Backwards. That should be set. So that if you have room, brilliant. And then you shrink down to a point anyway. So we need to... Oh no, we're good. I think if you really want it. bars and stuff get in the way, but you should just not make it that small. Fantastic. Okay. We can polish that a little bit later too. For now, I'm liking that more. Let me double check also. Do I want... Do I want this to be... I'm going to take point out of here, I think. Actually, might want that in other cases. We'll leave that the way it is. What we'll do is, because I don't want the X and the Y in this case either, the context I think is very clear. This should be D. This should be D. Also D. Also D. Put them in brackets. Dot X. Y. Or I could do... Let's do this. Let's do a quick little helper. Let's call it pretty chords. Turns a string. It'll look like this, but... like that. And then this can be cleaned up. This will just be string. This will just be string. And this will be the location still, but it will be pretty chords. Same deal here. Pretty chords. Bam. Now, how's that look? Okay, fantastic, but this is actually destination location. Like that, I think. Let's do... Let me also shoot. Let's actually double check and make sure I'm not being an idiot. Don't think there's any docs on theming. But that's nothing for theme. Okay, yeah. Do that. For right now, what I want to do is go ahead and slap a call it a label now. That's can I do that? Ah, you need to be is that double? Nope. Okay. I could do the we'll take a look at widgets text. This just uses independent pixels, just fine, but not exactly what I want. Oh, got excited. I thought those were plans. Just different channel. The I can use. I don't really want to do that though. Oh, poor little bot. Wouldn't it be a shame if you got reported? And then banned. Exactly. Buying viewers. Couldn't be me. Let's see here. So they just use display pixel. Or independent pixel, whatever you call them. That's fine, I guess. For now. Probably going to want to eventually have like a file setting that this could reference. Wait, is that how they did that? Size.dp is what they did. Let's do as they have done. Oh, I did get console warning saying that my cheating didn't work. Recursive and unstable. Makes sense. That's a little much, but it's not bad. Take you down to 15. How's about? I think that's where you were. Split the difference at 18. Yeah, like that. And then we can do... How did they do that? Style, it just styles equal. Oh, it's set decoration. That's what it is. Just off of font. How about an underline? How do we like that? That's all right, I guess. Good enough for now. Maybe I do... Maybe I lied. Maybe it's not good enough for now. It was... Style... No? Guess that's not the correct... Is it... Wait. Ah. Do I like bold better than underline? Let's find out. I do. I do indeed. Let's do that, and then... Except for this is... Actually, we should just do that. Just give it a little bump down. Yeah, happy with that for now, I think. And then let's get this committed real quick. Which I should have done this first. And then we can it's really form layouts. Add labels, there we go. So, what is the next thing we want to tackle here to get this into a better state for usability? We need to be able to save these. Right now we can't. We need to be able to delete them individually. Right now we can't. We also need to add them to the display of a tile. And if we add them to the display of the tile, we need to support editing them from there as well. So maybe we should take a stab at getting them saving first. Let's do that. The other thing we need to do is account for moving a tile deleting a tile rather needs to clean up its connections. Which is a pickle because does delete tile handle it? Not here. Yes, here. This is appropriate. This should be a job for ye old map, which should automatically fix the connections over here because every time we click on them, we pull them out of the map. So we don't need to worry about that, I don't think. I hope. We just need to worry about deleting a connection. And adding a connection. So let's do we also need to worry about adding connections to empty spaces. But deleting first, because that'll let us test adding. So set to select a connection. Let's also clean up this over here in the widget. Connection handler. We also need to display which is going to be a thing as well. Maybe we tackle that first, because that's going to help us to know where we can, test the things as well. This currently can go away. We'll leave those in because we will need to do updates on them. That's going to come as part of this. Probably want this to be... That's all done for now. We had the ability to load SVG files. So... we would then need to find or make some SVGs, right? An SVG is probably the right choice for this because it'll scale, as far as I understand. Right? Theoretically. It's not, it's, can Inkscape export SVGs? Yes. Seems to be the answer. Okay, so. Do I have Inkscape? No. Thought I did. Am I thinking of the right program? Not the Flatpak, thank you. Hey. Sure. Let's see here. Why is this so bright? I want it to be dark because we're in dark mode in yeah. Okay. I'm gonna have to remember how to use Inkscape. It's been a hot second. But can we do can we find some free ones to just get us moving? Because we just want simple stuff. These look like seem like they're free. But they are dark. I don't know if those backgrounds are transparent or not. It's fine. It'll get us going. That's what we want, right? We find some slightly less. There we go. So like that. Let's see. That was right. And left. Down. Up. And then we're going to want just like a single vertical line will do. Horizontal line? I can has? Good enough. All right. Let's clean these up just a little bit. And I don't know if this is the correct answer, but we're going to put it in here. And back to our docs. This is how we do. How do we do multiples is my question. looks like we, if I'm not mistaken, just do this. I don't know if this goes above the package or not. Let's find out. And we'll have place above. Yeah. Wait, what? Above a declaration of a single global variable. Okay, I see. Should have read all the message. We say icons. So at unresolved path. Oh, that's breaking my imports, so put it after the imports. Get rid of you. I've never used the embed FS before. Okay, here we go. Unresolved path. We need to flip this. Unresolved path. Because you're in edit. Oh, I put it in the wrong place. That's why. Doesn't go under map. Goes under here. That's better. And then there's this unresolved path. Let's check here. Can I? Oh, I can just do all the icons and then open the string name. Okay. And then I can open it from there. So I'd be able to and then it opens. Okay. So could I then do no, because maybe. Maybe it doesn't actually need a body. Let's find out. G, none of that. Dot open FS icons down. Dot SVG. It just needs to be equal because it's a var. Let's do up. Left, right, up, down. This is horizontal. This is vertical. Let's see if that'll actually compile or not. So far, so good. We'll need Chrissy Crossies as well, but that's fine. We can do that real quick. Where was that? svgrepo.com. Yeah, this one. Yeah, this one. Need the inverses of you as well, which are not there. Wrong screen. These. That. And then I need just like a field. Like that one. Oh, I'll also need I think it was in my arrows. Just want some diagonal lines. Without arrows. So that we can prototype this. There we go. That looks fine for the first one. Want the inverse of it. Where is your... It's fine, we'll use this. Gonna have to replace these with something better anyway, so that's fine. Clear all that out of there. Let's actually make sure we'll start tackling what we got first. We'll bring in the rest as we discover that we need them. These actually need to be over here. Because this is where we build the UI, not in the edit bar. Yes, clean you out. You go over here, that's fine. Quite happy with that. And it's where we do the buttons. But it's the connection buttons, not the tile buttons. What we need to do, horizontal connection handler, sets it in the edit bar, but here is where we need to say, ooh, create you over here. Not there. Here. This is driven by this. We have the parent button here. We would have to figure out would it make sense to put this stuff over here, I wonder. Connection handler. We have the direction here. That's only for that's only for on click. So we would need to know ahead of time here. The tiles associated, which I'm okay with, but Just takes a little bit of tweaking here. Okay, so if we did this, might actually be able to get, pull this over, pull this back over, like so. We need tile grid still, but it's not, oops, it's not that. It's over here. MW for map widget dot game map dot get tile. No. Tile grid. And then this is direction over here. Like so. This would then need just tiles, which is a list of game map tile. Then we'd be able to get rid of all of this. We still need direction, which is fine. Tiles. We called you you're that. So theoretically, this should still work. Everything should be happy and fine and good. It seems to be quite okay. So then, as part of this, we say how do we determine if you are how do we determine your direction, left or right? Guess we would just do no. It wouldn't be that. It would be in here. Should we pull this back over? We can. I think. If this was to come back over here. Put you here just for sanity. Then we could also do in here. Instead of tiles, it would be transits. It would be transit update data. And this is then a slice of pointers to transit update data. This goes away. And then up here, we would do same thing we were doing over here, which was create transit data tiles in con direction. But here it is direction. Like so. We also, though, say that if the, I gotta think here. This just returns a list of them. Perhaps don't like that because that splits up my logic and puts it in different places, right? Which becomes confusing. You'd have to remember, hey, which file do I need to go edit for this, right? And that just sucks. So let's put this back. Because these are the edit structs also. So it makes sense that they should be in the edit bar. It should be responsible for that sort of formatting type stuff. This is just UI over here. So we set the selected connection because on a click we're selecting it. But here is where we're building. We should be figuring out if tiles 0 is not nil, and wait, hang on. We have to handle nils here too, but that might be the next step. We need to think about if if the maybe we break this out a little bit. Maybe we say Left tile is this. Right tile is this. We'll spell it right just for fun. And then we would then say transits this. No, I lied. It'd be get transits gives me a transit. Um, what did I name you? Direction dot cardinal. So you should be direction dot east. Do this real quick. This would do this. And then this would be right tile west. Then right left connection would be true. And then we would say if they're both true, then icon ooh, it's an icon. Wish I could help, but I'm quite useless. That's not a problem. Everybody's going to be useless in this case because this is a combination of entirely my own crimes against code in the engine sense, and also the new and very small UI framework that I'm using. Can I create an icon? Am I allowed to do that? Okay, so that's just a bunch of Ah, new icon. There. I can do that. I'll have to look at that here in a second. But so set to the horizontal icon. Otherwise, if left to right connection, icon, these don't need to be nested. Set to the left arrow icon. These need to be like that. Let me figure out what I did here. Why can I not? Take me. Why can't I use direction.east? I should be able to. Ah, it's because I have stepped on. I keep doing that. I've done that to myself a couple times now. So we need to quickly revisit these because they need to be not SVGs, but icons. New icon. Given the optional parent. The optional parent. I don't. I guess it would be. How do I set its icon though? This gives me a pointer to an icon which is widget base. How do I set it? I guess I would set icon. So I would need to do this. New icon, empty, set icon. Is that okay? So this needs to be. That's annoying. I would need to... It's because... Gotcha. Okay. Look at maybe using init. Oh, that doesn't exist anymore. But... let's try. Give it a shot. This might be the one of those rare occasions where this is helpful to us. Let's do init. Normally I don't like them because they're kind of, they lead to magic, right? So we'll do this. Can I not do... Oh. And then in init, we'll do... Um, actually, I don't want to do that. Or maybe I do. You would do. Um, might be a better way to do this, but we also have the ability to do a new SVG if we want to just do an obnoxious pink, like replace me sort of texture for avoiding panic, right? So what we'll do is say can I do this? This just returns a pointer. They wrap it in errors.log. Which is pretty sure this is the cogent errors, which we're not using. Where am I actually using errors at all? Ah, right, that. Okay. So I don't want that. What we're going to do is this, and we're going to hope that we'll just borrow theirs, but we will this string literal, except for it's pink. If this is nil, and we don't have we'll just panic. Actually, what we should do is say this. Oh, actually, we don't have. Okay. Because of the way it works there. What we'll do is say, does this have some kind of a... This returns an error. I think I'm just... that. Just panic. Should never happen. Shouldn't be in this place. So, icon name in range of icons to import. We will do this. Right? No, it's not on core. I see. Okay. But if we do this, because of the way this needs a parent. We're going to do this. Let's see, we started with down icon. So this. This. If it's nil, then this. There's got to be a cleaner way to do this. Let's... put this in real quick just to... Right now, we're only going to have horizontals and verticals. We'll set those up so we can make sure that this is even sane. This will be... this... horizontal icon dot... We still have up here, right? It needs to be... icon. Set icon. But first we need to... new icon. Set icon. Wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense either. We need to new icon. What the hell? Icon. Custom icons. Generate icon. Oh, okay. This is annoying. Okay. Okay, let's do what they say then. See icons. Leave my strings alone. See icons. Unit, you can add all your custom SC. Okay, but how do I? Icons.go. It doesn't really help me to know. Maybe icon gen is a Go thing? No. So we probably need to go look at icons on gen. Icons.go. So this is their SVGs. Does it just... Is that perhaps all that I need to do? Let's find out. This is true. Then that's all cleaned up. I should be able to run. Then once you run go generate, you can, okay. Don't know that it did anything. Does this maybe need to be up here? Do I need to actually go into... Oh, I got an error message there. Computer file not found in path. Is it because... Hmm. Why? Why this? That's what I have to say. Can I just... Let's just use these for our prototyping needs. We'll figure the rest of this out a little later. I just want to make sure that it works, right? The initial goal here. So, all of C icons can absolutely go away. For now. Here, where we build button, we need to find... So if it's just horizontal, just want... Guess that. Check intermediate small. Then I would take you button. It's set icon. But it said intermediate. Did it say indeterminate? Did I fail to read? Indeterminate small. Yes. Okay. Otherwise, it's left to right, so... They were right. Arrow left, right? Makes sense, theoretically. Let's see if it works. Not there, it didn't. We would need to also call... Update on that, I think. You not... not that. It would be this frame. Oh, that's fun. Let's do this one. It'd be frame 3. It would be this one, button, icon, That's correct. So we would probably have to also do that maybe, or maybe it's just hidden because it's too small. For funsies, let's trick this one. This button, its icon. Oh, it doesn't have an icon. So yeah, it's not getting set until you click. Still not getting. Did I just not click? Do I have to reopen? Yeah, okay. So it does get set there. Okay, so betting it's because it's too small. Because we're kind of abusing buttons here. So if icon doesn't work, text, maybe we need to make our own button that we can put an image into. Think about this a little bit. What I'm going to do right meow is take a quick break, get a new beverage because this one's broke, and stretch out. I've been here for way longer than I normally try to. So I'll be right back. That's better. So the other thing that we're kind of kicking down the street here is we're going to need to tackle Zoom at some point, which is going to have some bearing on this, right? And it's going to need to work at all levels of Zoom to where it displays something ish. Like at a certain point, it'll be too small to read anyway, and that's fine that it just isn't, you know? Let's look at a couple things really quick. So, for our tile button, we have an updater. Oh, maybe that's part of it. For our connection button, do we have, let's copy this. Oh, also we were working in, be careful, we were working in the horizontal. So yeah, I was in the right because that's the direction of connection, not the direction of the box. So it was horizontal. These do not have an updater function, but they have all the scaffolding in place. The heck happened there? Don't know. This would be this connection is, oh, it's because, yeah, I did that because I was basing it off of tile button base, or not that, but tile button rather, where I say this tile is this. But we do that, we would need to do that up here. Which is fine. So this is our on click, where if we were to encode this into I guess there's an easy way to determine if it's a size thing, right? We could take the vertical, which has more room horizontally. We could say um this is top tile. This is this. This So we always have a left, but this needs to be if can't do that. Do that. It's fine. And I'll have to do the same thing here. Except for do this. Same thing here. That. And then I did I say if, okay, left tile dot top tile in this case. Get transits south is okay. True. And then I did if this is not nil, then we say if get transits north is okay. True. Then if that, then icon it's set icon we need to find, let's just use the same one for testy tests, is check indeterminate small, else so if it's a size issue, then perhaps we will actually see something in the buttons for the vertical connections if we do this. And we don't, but we did need to click them before. Yeah, wonder if it's just too dang small. That is immensely frustrating, but could do... Can I set the color? Should be able to set the color. Do... Set a button filled. Oh, you know what? I wonder if these don't respect color. Maybe they're showing up, but they're just black on black. Should be using the dark theme internally. Yeah, okay. So it's getting set when I click on it. Need to fix that. To be outside of the... on click. We need to put that up into these, which is actually why I had this. Oops. Need the updater in here. Which leads me to thinking that horizontal button base. We just need to pull this out to its own critter. Except for it needs to be... Let's call it that. It will contain all of this. Oops. It'll return the tiles like so. And then this would be deleted. This part of this. Actually, I do need this. I need all of these for this. if I was just to pass this tiles directly, then I would be able to do this. I could say right. Then this would become that. And then this logic comes out of here. No, it doesn't. And then I would just run wait a second. Yeah, it's new button.updater. Makes sense. But this. This is just button in this case. I would just pass this and I wouldn't even need this anymore. So then I would have to come in here and do the same where action builder button X, this Y, vertical. Let's spell this correctly just for the fun of it. And this one too while we're at it. This would then become the same. And then one more. Button, this X, this Y. Diagonal. And then that, even though it won't do anything just yet, but that's fine. So this should then fill in those horizontal, or the vertical rather, connections for everything. Nope, I broke it. Okay, let's think here. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to chuck this all out. Not happy with the way it's shaping up. Be gone. We'll probably have to redo some of it, but I don't care. So, let's think about a different approach for this. We need to still also we'll think about our zoomy zooms. Why don't we take a break and do that? Let's think about zoomy zooms. Because theoretically that's a button handler. And it'll help us when we make another stab at this thing to be able to zoom in and see if it changes things any. Because we already know that the color changing worked. So either the icon was so small it just got pushed out, or... Well, no, we do know that that's the case because we saw the icon being updated. So, let's do zoomy zooms. Do I have a zoom? No. It's annoying. Would be... abilities? States? Hover, no. Lack of docks is driving me a little bit crazy. It would be on our map widget. We know that. Oh my gosh, if I could click. There we go. Because we want it to be on this widget that we have a thing. We did an event handler in buttons. No. It was in forms. To clear the... I thought it was in forms. Where did it go? Was it in... Oh. It was in the handler. Let's borrow that. This is going to be CMW is what we called it here as well. This key card we need to figure out. Touch base magnify. We also have a window actions, window events. Key map of is what we get out of this chord. I've gone off the beaten track here. What was the mouse scroll? Aha. Maybe not. How about this? What is key map of? To a keyboard function. Okay, tell you what. Start with, we will what is the constants? Ah, this is Mac. Don't control plus equals. Is that This has a frame dot. This do? Doesn't tell me. Rolling. Wonder if the answer is just to that goes away. We need to call update afterwards, but can we mess with these? Not to find out value. Ah, right. Because okay, so if we don't make you constant, um, can we just mess with you and then Not that. You're silly. Plus equals. Can I do this? It doesn't just doesn't want that. That's fine. This would then be just minus equals. We probably want to do like a zoom step or something there if this works, but let's find out if it works at all first. Okay. Scrolling works. Was I don't know if this is my code being executed or if that's a built-in feature, actually. I've just realized. So let's comment that out. It's just built in. Okay. But does mess with stuff a little bit. They've just put the zoom buttons on a different place. You don't really get that much. Really get that much bigger. Like every step is very, very small. Well, maybe we don't need to do this. Let's leave this to do its job, but we do that, completely remove all of that. I guess it's probably I could do instead of that, because it's on weird, it's on control and equals and control and minus. Oh, it's because plus is a shift. I see. what we could do is still do this. Comment, stay commented, please. But instead of that, we would need to figure out the zoom in chord. But then we could say, can I send? Here, I thought this was going to be an easy break. Events. Well, my interest in digging through undocumented things is quickly fading. My question is currently, let's see. If I select this and then I zoom in. Yeah, it's going to zoom everything. Yeah, crap. And I wanted to zoom this. I wanted to only zoom. So we are going to have to do something. Which means perhaps not this. Is it magnify or is it something else? Because that says specifically it's for touch stuff. Okay. Yes. Close these. The there is events. That is not terribly helpful. Let's see here. Tell me about um just do this and see if it'll spit me out some info on what exactly comprises this event under the hood without me digging through everything here. It logged nothing. So we know that it's not oh, I'm an idiot. Doesn't go in there. Just put it up here. Okay, so it still doesn't. Can I zoom? Okay. This is in touch magnify though. Think there is something in inspect. What's in settings, debug, event trace. So all kinds of, I need to close this so that goes away. So now we see all of our events scrolling by. So when I do, oops, wasn't selected. That's going to scroll it right off the screen. There we go. Keycord control plus minus handled false except for event handled by pop-up. Okay. So for this, we did a keycord, right? What did we do here? It was on not that, but the where did I have you? Up there. Events.keycord. This is that was everything scrolled back off. Control plus. That is this correct? I need to turn off the not that, but settings events. They're very, very noisy. No. Give me something here. Show me what you're doing. Okay. I'm going to check that for right now. Shoot that in the message into the Slack as well. See if they have anything to share on that. All right. What else can we do today since we are bouncing our head off of sharp corners in this framework pretty much nonstop? Let's kind of shift back to what we were doing with the getting some UI indication of connection presence in. It's going to still have the zoom is still going to have some bearing here, but if we can get somewhere with this. So we need to if a button won't let us set an image, it'll only let us set an icon, then a button is going to be not the right answer, I think. If, for funsies, we were to say that we want to go with just a frame. Let's see here. Type this. Let's spell struct correctly. Seems like a good thing to do. It'll have a button. It'll have that. That. And then if we were to do horizontal as the start, it's not core, it's tree. And then we would need to Well, actually, I don't even know that we need to do that because if we're just going to add our own stuff, then what we would end up doing is and we don't have, yeah, we don't have a parent because we just do that. Yeah, that doesn't really help me a ton. Tree.new. I feel like I've run into issues with this. Let's just go with it. Because I gave it nil, maybe? I don't remember. So we have a frame. We still need a styler. It's basically going to be all of these. Oh, it's because everything wants to consume a button. Does it matter? Just kind of exploring for now. We'll get this frame. We'd have to do, okay. And it's because your stylers are different. Okay. We're just going to do this. We will need also to do a do not have a diagonals. There we go. Except for this is incorrect. It's going to be this. Okay. It'll get us to be able to test. We're still worried about or thinking about the horizontal for our test. That's fine. We want to gotta go get some sleep. Hope to see you on Friday. Yeah, should be around Friday. I will not be on, I think, Sunday and Monday. I got some stuff I gotta do, but Friday should be here. So have a good sleep. We'll catch you later. This. Dancing dinosaur to you as well. We need to change on, if we're going to duplicate the functionality, right? We need to have some things happen here. First of all, when we build you, horizontal connection, just for testy purposes, I'm going to, we need an SVG. Okay, so let's bring in our SVG again. Let's just do one of them. That's fine. Make sure you're under map editor. You're not. There you go. In SVG, put in the horizontal. Like so. Then go back. We need widgets, SVG. That's UR. That's just embed if has not embedded. Okay, like so. On a horizontal connection. I won't actually, I don't think, I just need to do AG, I called you horizontal? I guess I would need let's do this. And then we'll do that. This is now not that. It is icon store. I handle there fine. Don't care for now. Just want to see if it works. So theoretically, that should get me a horizontal with an icon in it, right? In theory? Well, kind of. Nope. Frame 3. Frame 1. Inside of which has a frame with an SVG. It's just too dang small. I would need perhaps to change the size of an SVG. That's like so. What did I? What? This is return. This is the error. No. Error that I don't care about right now is that but I don't want it to be this. I want it to be parent height 100%. No. 50%. Parent width 50%. Let's just say. Okay, I don't know. The other thing I need is to center all in here, and we'll do that's not it. Need to set style colors. S.background is it's just an equals. surface bright. Why not? Oops. Tiny little flashbangs. Might have already been surface bright. Let's make them red. Just to see if that's actually doing what I think it's doing. That. Okay, so it's not getting color from there. It's getting it from somewhere else. Something else is going on here. Is it because perhaps, perhaps that. Well, kind of. This should actually be... Put you back here. Yeah. Why? I wonder if it's the border is eating it. Damn it. Ah. Okay, so we have that in place. But we still don't have our SVG. Center all, even though this should be inherited. I think. Widgets. I guess we could do this to see if we are getting errors trying to load that. Ah, okay. That should have been changed to that. I must have backed out one too many times. Is that new? Yeah, it's new. Okay. Let's not close that. Let's just cancel that. Let's do this. We'll make it as exactly similar to what they were doing. Actually, we don't need to. I think I know what's going on. That, I think. Does not exist still. Okay. Wonder if that's because need to live up there? No. Okay, so that's very certain that I need to be here. Okay. We'll do even more similar to what they were doing. Okay. Didn't have the error this time. Oh, and I can actually see it there. Okay. So, something's wrong with how I was doing the load. Obviously, we also don't want to load it every single time, right? But, okay. That all of a sudden doesn't exist again. Does not exist. There was a So the question this begs is whether or not I was doing things wrong before. Well, no, because I was using the set icon. So yeah, it had to be. Hmm. How do I want to do this? And check this out. Need to have a think because very happy with the way this was working. I just need to get some kind of indicator in here. To think about that a little bit. But it has been 4 hours, which is where I traditionally call it. And after all of this frustration, I'm quite ready to call it for now. So, it is Monday, so that's the last day of streaming for the week for me. I'll take the next 3 days and work on other things. Like I said, I'll be here again on Friday and Saturday. Sunday and Monday I will not be, I don't believe. Check the schedule. I'll update it when I know for sure what my plans are exactly, and the Blue Sky. If there's anything comes up